Oh, looks like I am about 10 minutes late. Interesting, huh? Not interesting. As always. And of course, my hair is all messed up because I haven't, it's just like it was when I woke up. In fact, I need to actually cut it, and so then I'll buzz it sometime this weekend, and then that should not be an issue. Bed hair or whatever. But anyways, so welcome back. If anybody is back, if anybody's here. Uh, so okay, so let's kind of go over what. Let's see. Let's kind of go over what I did yesterday. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're gonna open dev stuff here. Let me switch to desktop. As always, I always forget, and of course it's super bright. I still don't know if it's super bright to you guys. I'll have to check my own stream afterwards later. I mean, although I could just let's see something here. How does that look? It does look super bright though. The light coming off of the it's just because I got the gain and I got whatever the webcam settings because I have such low light in this room. I mean, I got two lights. I got a floor lamp that has two lamps on it, and then I got my desk lamp, which the little stand holder thing is broken, so I have it like propped up on my computer in the corner. And then of course my room light, which is not very bright either. And then so I crank stuff up. So then when I get all this light coming off of the monitor, which is kind of a big monitor, it's like a 32-inch monitor. It shines on my face and makes me look like I'm washed out, bleached out, or washed out, or whatever. So um, I'll try to keep I'll try to keep this at a minimum. So let's open Redot. Let's open that in a new tab, and then let's open projects in a new tab, and then let's go into the actual project folder, and let's go to the rooms file folder, and I want to do one thing here, and let's move all the rooms into Enchanted Design Docs. There. That'll show up on GitHub later. But okay, so rooms. Okay, so you see that I basically got to renaming. In fact, since these are in like alphabetical, that means they're also in numerical order, and the numbers correspond to the location. Although, admittedly, some of the locations, like random villages, they're literally random villages, so they won't be the same location. I have like a couple of different village deals, and they'll be separate villages, so they'll actually technically be separate. They'll be separate files. They'll be separate rooms, like in like a full game here. Not to choose your own adventure, but like when I get to the text parser version and I get to the point where I'm saving the states and you can actually re-enter a room, a location. It's like all these are going to be collapsed, or a lot of these are going to be collapsed into one. That's why there's 44 numbers, even though there's technically 93 rooms. So, but yeah, okay. So I got to this naming part, right? I finally got it renaming. I finally got it reloading. Even though you don't see it here, um, it will show up. The meta rooms will show up once I start this. In fact, let's just go ahead and start Redot, and let's open the project, phase one, and let's shrink that down. Oh, that's weird. Okay, whatever. Um, yeah. So Now, that being said, if we go back here and see some here, meta should be in here. I thought the meta files would be in here. No, I guess not. Uh, oh, yeah. The meta files aren't going to be in here until I hit save. Right. So, anyways, let's expand that a little bit. Yeah. So, actually, here let's do this first. Just a quick second. Considering I'm sorting them by type, they should appear at the bottom. And so if I save room data now, you go down, there's the meta files. Then I've just saved them. They're all in 0, but it just saved them. And we also that'll save the data. And if you notice, it says Hubie over there. So let's actually pick this one. And let's turn this back to Hubert. That. And let's go ahead and save it. Save room data. And then let's scene. Reload save scene. Reload save scene. If you notice, nothing's changed. That's why. It's because it saves the meta file. It saves the description data. So that's where we have it standing right now. Now, there's still a question here of whether I need to do this or not. But because you're going to be able to create new rooms in here, I'll probably just do another button. It'll just be like that save room data. It'll probably be just on the 2D toolbar right there. It'll be like add room, remove room, or maybe maybe a plus or minus. You know, plus room, minus room, so that way it keeps it kind of compact. But basically, basically, I'm going to allow you to create new rooms. And when you create a room, you're going to give it a name, and you might not be happy with that name, so you might want to change it. Now, the thing here is that no 2D is really okay. So the deal here is that sometimes you want to rename it, and by renaming it, you'll probably want to rename the ID. And when you rename the ID, what's going to have to happen is it's going to have to rename the file, because that's the name of it. It's going to have to rename the label by extracting it. I mean, I can just tokenize the string basically to extract the underscores and remove the number. So it'll change that. It'll change the label. I don't know if I'll allow you to change the label. Maybe, and in that case, maybe the number will stay the same, but uh, maybe the number will stay the same. But the name, actual name text will rename. But when I do that, like if you rename this, if I said to allow you to rename it, then it has to go in here and it has to rename that, and then it has to go through all of the rest of the rooms and see if it references the old one in order to use the new one. And then also when you add a room, what was I going to say? I think I will automatically add a number to to the largest number. So it'll go through, find the largest number, the last number, which would be 044 in this, and then it will add one to it because it's adding a new location, so it's adding a new number. At which case you can, if you want to, rename it and renumber it. So if you change the ID, it's going to change the actual file name, and it's going to change the label to whatever it is. If you change the label, it's just going to change that. It's going to leave the number alone. When you add a new room, it's going to add the next one up. When you remove a room, it's just going to delete the file. And probably, I don't know if I'll be able to do like some sort of a message box asking, confirming if you want to save or if you want to delete. I don't know if I can do that in the editor, but I'll probably try to do that in the editor here real soon. So what I was thinking of just doing today is just doing the rename, and at the same time, what it will do is it will also be it will share some of this code with adding a new room, because what it's going to do is it's going to save out the whole thing. Now I have a save room data function already, so it will save whatever the existing room is. And so I make a deal in there to using a setter to rename the ID, then to rename the ID let me think. Hold on, let me think. Okay, you click on it. It uses the setter. The setter goes in and signals to the editor map that you have changed the file name. Okay, so not only is it got to change the name, the actual name, which is not very hard. It's just a field and it's just a setter, but it's also going to have to, like I said, rename a file. And by renaming the file, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new file with all the current data, including your changed name, basically. And then it's got to, like I said, it's got to check the label, see if the words are any different. Actually, it doesn't really need to check it. It just needs to rename it, just to make sure it's renamed to whatever the ID words are in the ID. But then it's got to loop through, and so that's where the editor map comes in. The editor map comes in. What it's going to do is this is going to signal. It's going to signal the editor map somehow. Like I'll send a signal in the setter, I suppose, so that when you set the data, you set the new data. It sent the signal. The signal in the editor map will intercept the signal. It'll say you need to rename, and the rename code, what it's going to do is it's going to save out this current room data with this new name, this new ID, and then, like I said, it's going to modify the label, and then it's going to go and search through all of the rooms to see if pardon me, to see if I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, to see if there are any other rooms that rely on this old name. So it's going to be quite a bit of work here, and I guess I should get started here. And so yeah, so that's what we are doing today. Script. Okay. Save room data for room based on the file name in the room. And this is whatever room you pass it. So the first thing I actually need to do is I need to go into room. Okay. And I'm going to need we got set description. Update description label. Update ID label. Or whatever we call it. What did we call it? What do we have? Description label. Oh. It gets it directly, right? So, let me see here. I guess visual, set visuals, right? It's called panel. And so we're adding a child to the room panel. VBox, name's VBox, name label, separator. Anyways, the actual name label. Name label is actually the ID. It's not the actual. See, this is what I was thinking though. I was thinking the name label should be right. I actually set the name. Let's see when I create it. Where's the create? Anyways, yeah. Right, ID name is also the ID. So what if instead I made the name the label? Um, I can make the name label where as the actual name, the object name is the ID. And that's also going to need to be updated. So not only am I going to need to update the ID itself, I'm also going to have to update the name to the new ID. So we got quite a few things here. So let's do something here. Let's make that label. Like that. Let's go ahead and scene, reload, saved scene. And then let's go back to the 2D workspace. And now it's Enchanted Lands, Hebert Home, Cerulean 1, Enchanted Lands 1. The only possible problem with this is I won't know the actual number when I look at it. It'll just be based on what I'm looking at until I actually click on the room. Then I can actually manually get the ID. So I don't know if that's better or not better, but we'll see. We'll see later. And that way, let's go back to script. We're back in room. And so if you want to change the ID, you're gonna be changing the ID. You're gonna actually be changing the label too, and you're going to be changing. Yeah, let's see some here. A label and ID are exported, which is good. All right. I guess I'll do a couple more pairs like this for both ID and name, I think. I know we already have it in here, but let's go ahead and set ID, update. I actually don't set ID. Date name label. No, that's still correct. Here, actually, what we're going to do here is Control C, Control V. Okay, actually, I'm not going to do it that way. Set ID, new ID string. I don't know if I should do self, but equals new ID. Okay, and then this one is going to be update name label. Right? I'll get this working first, and we'll leave the file name till afterwards. So update name label. Okay. Now, in say name label gets VBox name label like that, and this C. Uh, B, and we don't want to truncate text. We just want to do self.name equals name label.text. Like so, I think. Okay, right now it doesn't do anything until I hook it up. So in set ID, what we're gonna do is self.name equals let's see. Let's do it this way. Um, tokens equals new ID dot split delimiter string is split by underscore. Here. Let's not do that, or let's not do this just yet. Yeah, let's do that. Token right. I need var tokens. Okay, split. Print tokens print tokens. I'm gonna see what comes up when I do this. Set ID. So ID and C shall be ID. Okay, so how do we we'll set description set equals set ID. What's the problem? Oh, ID insert ID equals that. Wrong deal. Reload save scene. Okay. And then this, I just want to control S. And it doesn't look like there's any problem here. Okay, so let's go into the 2D display here and let's go to Hubert. Let's make this UB. Oh, interesting. So whenever I make a deal, very interesting. Okay, let's go back in the script. So it's gonna set whenever you change it, like so, which is fine. I find if it does it every time, it makes sense here. So then what we want is we want self dot name. It's a okay for token in tokens. Yeah, I know it indented block. I know. So what I want to do is I want to start. Oh, maybe actually. Okay, so let's do it differently. Uh, really know how to do a. Okay, so let me look up how to do a for loop in GD script. I mean, I know how to do the one kind of for loop, but let's see. With a counter in GD script. For n in range 10. 0 to 9. If you want to specify a different range, you can provide start and end values. For n in range iterate from 10 to 12. Okay. Two, 9, 2 to 8, incrementing 2 each time. Okay. And I just want to make sure that it looks like it's not inclusive of the, I should say it'll start with 1, but if I have to put 110 instead of 19 because 110 will go to 9 and will end at 10. Through 1 through n elements. How do I make sure the last element is counted? Well, if it's 3 elements, no, it's not like this is really hard. I mean, I could try it, and it's just my mind doesn't really want to do anything here. Zero to array size -1. range 1 and plus 1. Yeah, I want it to skip over element 0, but iterate through all the rest. So if there's 3 elements, actually, see, I don't know, I get tripped up by stupid stuff like this. Tiny, tiny dumb stuff here. For I equals range to 1 to n. Oh, because it's going to be, in other words, it's going to be 0 to 4. No, it's 5 elements. 0 to 4 is 5 elements. So 1 to 4 is... Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure here, but okay. Our tokens. Length or size, var size equals tokens size. Okay. And then for token equals, was it range? Range 1 comma size. That's not what range. Oh, for I in for token. Okay. I guess I just do I, just index. Uh, let's see. Var new label equals this. New label plus equals tokens I plus space. Let's see if here, this is what we do. If I is less than Yeah, I know. If I is less than size minus 1, colon, else, new label plus equals tokens I. That. Okay, so it's not doing anything to the label right now. I'm not actually updating anything to the label. Right now, I'm just gonna print new label. In fact, let's do something here. Let's print new label. Here, actually, here, let's do this. Delete. Right. I don't want it indented. I want to print all the tokens out as it's adding it. I want to print the new label as it's creating it. So let's go ahead and so all we're doing right now is we're allowing the setting of the ID, and let's scene reload save scene, and then let's go and Hebrew home Hebrew home Hebrew. You know what? Let's do something else here. Let's go to script. Hebrew. I'm gonna leave this at Hebrew here. So, and I'm going to actually print it after the fact. And let's print it after the fact. Okay, so let's go to 2D. Let's go ahead and go in here. Hebrew home. Hebe home. Now, the only thing is that this will rely on the fact that there's a number in front. If there's not a number in front, it will actually skip the first deal. And since this is only for my own use, even though anybody can use it, anybody that downloads it off of GitHub can look at it, use it, whatever. Maybe I'll put it as a comment in the source file to make sure that the number stays intact. Okay, it can be a different number, but make sure that there's always a number and an underscore, and the the label will actually be updated properly. Okay. So let's go ahead, Control S, I guess, and let's go to, oop, that's not what I want. Let's go to script again. Now, all we want to do here is when we set ID, update name label. Now, we're doing this in set ID, so self.name equals new label. Oh, we'll also do label equals label, right? Actually, we're going to do the thing here. Okay, self.name equals new label. So right now, when I do it, what it should do is it should, okay, let's go to 2D, let's reload. Go to save scene. Let's go ahead and, so this should be changing the name here. It won't be changing the name down here though, just yet. I don't think it will be anyways. So let's just go ahead and try this. No, it didn't do it. Okay, that's okay. Let's see. Oh, that's right. Why didn't I think of that? Um, we'll do this, and we'll do this, that. Now this isn't actually setting the name. It now, okay, so right now it's just setting the ID. It's not setting the name. I have it update the name label so that we can see it in the thing working. So reload save scene. Then let's go ahead and that still didn't work. Okay, maybe it's incorrectly. Update name label. We're in the name label. Okay, so panel, VBox. It should be called name label, just like the other is called. So let's go to visuals, set up visuals. Panel, VBox, name label, description label. Name label dot text. Name label dot name, name label dot text. Okay. Um, name label name equals oh, okay, I get it. Self dot name. Those are the same. And actually, this probably still wouldn't do anything. So let's go to scene, reload, save scene. Okay, that's all right. Okay. All right. So I need to go ahead and set the name too. So set the label. On set equals set label. Yeah, I know it's not there. E. Okay. It's gotta be called set label. new label. Label equals new label. That's alright. Tokens split. And this time we're splitting them with a space. Print tokens. New label. We're going to call this new ID blank. This new label. So label equals new label. Tokens equals new label split with space. Print tokens. New ID label tokens. Okay. You're setting the label here. Setting the label. Okay. New ID size equals token that size. Price range. Huh. It's gonna be a little bit tougher than I thought because it won't necessarily work in reverse, right? Here. Let's do something different. Label. Let's do this completely different here. Be self.label. Oh, and that's the one thing. All right, let's do something here. Self.label equals new label. So okay, 2D reload save scene. Let's do something here. Okay, it's not updating the actual label here right now because I haven't set that to do it yet. Okay, but the label has just been changed automatically. Okay. Now, if I change this, it shouldn't change it. Okay, right. Okay. And so we got to kind of do the same thing on the opposite. I don't know. Maybe I should just make sure that you. Maybe I shouldn't let you mess with. Maybe I shouldn't let you set the new label. I don't know, I have to think about that for a second. I suppose this would be a good one to ask Grok or ChatGPT or something, just as an offhand thing. Right? This works properly. Let's do something here. Let's save it. And, well, I don't have anything saving the label in there either. So if I reload save scene, but it did save it. Yeah, because when I save the data, I save all the data, right? Not just the one. I have to think about that for a second. If I don't have the set function, then it shouldn't mess with that, right? Let's see something here, though. It should restore it once I do this. See? That. So it's just the question of what I'm going to allow you to do or myself to do. Honestly, it's not. And still, this is not for others to do. Doesn't mean others can't do it. It's not. It's just for what I want to do. So I don't have to have it do anything that I don't want it to do to make it user friendly. In other words, I don't have to make it user friendly. I don't even have to put a note in there. I just remember the fact that it needs a number on the front when I rename it. Okay. Let me try something here. And that is no, it won't set the label then. Self.label equals new label. Okay, so what if I do a thing here? Let's do this. And let's go ahead and reload save scene. Go to 2D. Okay. The room data. Reload save scene. That's interesting. That's an interesting effect that I didn't think about. It should have saved. Should have saved it when I saved it. And then reload save scene. It should be hub home still. Why did it not save the ID? Because the save function saves everything, including the ID. So if I change the ID, which I did, okay, let's go to main menu. Or let's go to edit, let's go to script. Set label, set ID. Oh, it should be label. Dot label. This must be stuff dot label like that. Okay. Let's save scene. 2D. Hub. Save room data. Scene, reload, save scene. Reload. Still not right. What am I doing wrong? What am I doing? What's weird here? Oh, I see. Okay. So let me do this again. Like so. Now, when I save it, let's go to Hebert Home. Is this getting it off of... Oh. Oh. I get it. It's saving a new file each time. All right. I have to think about this for a second. Hub Home is in there each time it's being saved. Oh, look at that. Hebert Home, Hub Home. It's actually saving it and it's reloading it new. Be quiet because it's when it saves it, it's saving it under a new name. So what that means is I need to make sure to automatically somehow rename the file. Hmm. See, I didn't really think about that. I didn't think about that. I mean, I did. I did think about it. The code is correct, right? But what I need is when I hit save, it's going to save the file based on the current ID. And if it's a different ID than the original ID, right? Very, very interesting. Oh, yeah, nobody's chatting. That's fine, I guess. Um, okay. Okay. So, how do I handle this? Saving is whenever I hit save. Yes. It'll probably have something to do with changing the save code. And really what I probably need is I need an ID name loaded. Okay, so let's see how that would work. If we can assume the room I might have a separate variable for the original ID. So whenever a room is loaded, um, whenever I use a room load, interesting. Let me think. I still got to think about this. Unless anybody's watching or listening can give me an idea here. I saved the ID so that even when it's changed, I saved the old ID. The new ID is changed automatically. The old ID doesn't get changed. Uh, let's do file names. Okay, let me go look at the scripts again. Let me go look at the Save map, save room data for room. We'll find where it's being called at. File name. File name is always the room ID. I just have to think this through. This is the thing that's I'm just my brain. In fact, this is probably what I should ask Grok about. But something that shouldn't be that hard for me. Okay. So when I save it, it's gonna save it based on the ID. We want to save it based on the original ID. Well, the ID changes and it saves a new one. So if we save a copy of the original ID when it was loaded, what we could do is before saving any data, we could delete the current. So whenever I change it, or whenever I load it in, whenever I load a new, I load the data in, right? Right. Okay. So whenever it reads, so whenever it reads the room, whenever it loads the room up, have it save that name into a variable. We can do all the kinds of stuff we want, but at the moment of saving, we compare the current room ID to the original room ID, and if it's different, we remove the old one and we save the new one as per normal. Does that sound right? I think that sounds right. Okay, let me pull up Grok. Let's go to Grok. The latest. I'm working. So the problem that I think I have a solution for that. Maybe you could tell me if it should work. So it saves based on the ID. Use that as the file name. If I change the ID in the editor, then it will save a new file, which is fine, especially if I'm going to name rooms. So then, each time I change the ID and hit save room, hit a button, it saves each change. I need it to actually move the existing file. So I propose to save the original ID in a new field in the room class. When I go to, I'll modify the save function to, let's see, check the old saved ID, and then if that file exists, delete it, and then save the newly modified room as normal. Does this sound doable? Hey, Rook. Store the original ID in the new field class. Modify the save function to check the old ID. Delete the corresponding files if they exist. Then save the new files with the updated ID. Definitely doable and practical way to handle. I guess it's not done yet. It used to do this in an outline, and now it's not doing an outline for some reason. Okay. Adding new field allows you to track the ID that was used, but save the room's files. And actually, this will actually, in a sense, take care of my renaming problem, because it will automatically be renaming it. I already have the save code in there, so the only new thing I'm going to be doing is just making sure that if the ID is changed, to actually delete the old file. And I just thought of something too. So I have it to where it will rename the name based on the fact that the ID has three tokens, three words essentially. The first one being the numbers. So if I somehow manage to delete, if I somehow manage to delete the numbers, and this would be any number, it doesn't matter what number is in there. So when there's no numbers in the ID, then I will fill it with dashes that ways. And the dashes will just kind of indicate, well, you need to make that into a number of some sort. Okay. Tracks ID changes. The original ID field keeps track of the ID used in the last save, so you know which files to delete. The ID changes, cleans up the old files. Doesn't accumulate outdated files. Saves new files. The existing save lives. It creates new files with updated ID. Updates the original ID setting. Original ID to the new ID after saving. Ensures the process works correctly for subsequent changes. Testing. Load a room in the editor. And original ID. Press the save button. Change the ID. Inspector, change the room's ID. Press the save button. Check the output panel to confirm old files are deleted. New files. Verify that the old files are gone. Change again. Change the ID and save again. Confirm the old files are deleted and the new files are created. Load the room. Error handling. The directory access remove method is safe. It won't error if the file doesn't exist. But the checks with dir file exists make the process explicit and easier to debug. If there's an issue deleting file permissions, you might want to add error handling. If directory file exists, old JSON path error equals directory remove old JSON path. If error does not equal okay, error deleting old JSON file, else print deleted old JSON file. Room name in scene tree. The set ID function updates the room's name to match the new ID, ensuring the scene tree in the editor reflects the change. E.g., the node name changed from to. This is important for clarity. If the node name isn't updating as expected, double check that set ID is being called when you change the ID in the inspector, which I do. So that should be okay. File conflicts. Another room already exists with the new ID. The new save will overwrite it. To prevent this, you might want to add a check. New JSON path equals rooms directory room.id.json. If file exists and room.original does not equal room ID, print warning file exists for this new ID. This is warning you if you're about to overwrite another room's files, although you need to decide how to handle such conflicts, prevent the save, prompt the user, or merge the rooms. Undo backup. Deleting files is destructive. If you accidentally change the ID and save the old files are gone, consider keeping a backup of res.room, e.g. manually or via the save script to recover from mistakes, especially since you're manually editing room data. I could do that. I could do that individually, right? So I could just, put back 1, back 2, back 3, that sort of thing. These are the ones based on that ID, and then save the new files. Absolutely doable and a good approach to managing room renames. The implementation above adds original ID to the field to the room class, updates the save logic to delete old files, ensures the process is seamless in the editor. Should work as expected, keeping your res rooms directory clean by removing outdated files when the ID changes. Test the changes thoroughly to confirm the old files are deleted and new ones are created correctly. Run any issues, let me know. I can help troubleshoot. Okay. So, and actually what I'll do is, yeah, I can automatically have the save function save backups too. It could do a copy of the file with a new file name like back1, back2. And then whenever I saved, well, probably should only do it on the new ones I update. So if I update it, the original name. So So what I should make sure and do is make sure I delete the files and make sure that the files are saved. Probably delete the meta files so that I can do that. And make sure I have just a copy as they are right now, so just in case something should happen, and then I should implement that stuff. Okay, well, all right. And it can also keep track of the changes. And then the backups would just be so that, well, I could manually do backups that ways. Why don't I just manually, why don't I have a backup folder of backup rooms and just manually do it? Because this is for me creating, this is not for a, this is not a room editor. Although in the future, I might, like I said, I might still want to build a room editor. If I build a room editor, I have to completely do it completely different. Well, not completely different, but like kind of different. Because for one thing, I need to have I need the ability to edit the files in my in the tool. So that means that I would have to create. They have to have a special version of the rooms. It would probably be a separate tool, so it'd be separate, like a separate project. Um, it would have to the scrolling and stuff and the placement and all that would have to be it would be on screen. Everything would be on screen, and I could do that. I could actually build something like that. I mean, that might be helpful, but that's not very helpful in the actual creation of the game. See, but maybe what I could do is I could plan for it. So what I could do is once I got the choose your own adventure phase done, and it's up, like I'll upload it to I probably upload it to my itch.io page or whatever. So whenever I upload it, I get done and upload it, then I start to work on a layout tool for the current version, not for or for the version for the phase one version. It'd be a phase one editor, right? And I would not. I do it concurrently with the current version of the game. So when I get done with phase one and I start on phase two, I'll spend a little time each day on the phase one editor, right? But still building phase two game. And yeah, it makes it everything a little longer. But since I don't really, I put a final date of like a 1 year, but that 1 year, we're almost, a quarter of the year already, and I haven't even got phase one done. So more than likely, it's going to take me a lot longer to get all like 17 phases now. Hopefully, it won't be too bad because I'm still like building. In other words, once I got all this text done, once I got the choices done and everything, then I work on merging some things, making it more like a text adventure. You'll be able to reuse rooms, so I won't have to do any of the story stuff. I'll just have to do the engine. Most of it will be engine work that I have to do for phase two and phase three, and but then when I start adding images and stuff, then we'll be adding more stuff. But I should be able to do that. I should be able to make that work. Hopefully. I just hope that one day I can get enough people that will support me on Patreon or something like that, through donations or whatever, because it's real competitive to get a game that people want to buy, and sometimes you might not even make the money uh, that you want to. It might be a really good game even, and it still wouldn't sell. Or it might be a really terrible game. Like my game might end up being terrible. The story is cool. I like my story, and some people that have listened to me tell it over and over again, they seem to like it okay. So I don't have a problem with that the story is any good, because the story is really good. But as far as the game itself might suck. Um, Maybe it won't be interactive enough. Maybe the puzzles will be too hard when I get to the puzzle part of it. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe just my graphics will suck too much or something. And that could all be a thing that would stop it from being sellable, right? Or selling that many copies. But the stuff that I'm doing about making it, people always like watching it, even sometimes if it's a failure, you know? Sometimes you just like watching the making of stuff and you're like, well, how did it fail? And then you see what they did and you gotta go, oh, that's how they failed, whatever. Or just interesting behind the scenes stuff like, yeah, this is really cool. In fact, sometimes you can, like, for instance, a movie that's kind of a B grade movie and you watch it for the first time and you're like, meh, and then you start watching their behind the scenes footage and what they did and how they made it, and you're like, oh wow, this is pretty cool. They really did put a lot of work into this. And so you rewatch the same movie, and somehow it's better now because you know what went on behind it and the actual effort that went into it. You're kind of going, wow, that's a pretty amazing accomplishment. The movie might not be that great still, but you have a new appreciation for it, right? So, anyways, that's kind of what I'm going for. Um, so I have about 15 minutes until I break. Um, okay. So the first thing I want to do right now is um, I can leave all this stuff in here. I'm not modifying it in there. Okay. So let's just go ahead and I'm going to do this Hubert home like that. I'm going to save this. I'm going to go to 2D. I'm going to save data. I'm going to file, oh, not here. I'm going to scene, reload, save scene. Uh, why is it hub home and why is both Hebert home and hub home? Oh, because I didn't actually delete. Okay, Hebert home, origin, label. Okay, all right. Now let's go ahead and delete this. Delete and it's really one. Okay, and then let's go down to the meta files. And let's delete those. Okay. And then let's go to the back to the project. Scene, reload, save scene. All right, no problem. Cerulean 1. Well, there's an interesting thing here. John's leaving for work. That is interesting. Very interesting. Um, where is, okay, let's go to back to script editor map. When I load the rooms, that is correct. Cerulean 1. Oh, I see. Door 2. What am I thinking? Yeah, and Jan lands. Okay, so these are actually in order. I was wondering what was going on. Right, right. 1, 1, 2, 3, 3. Cerulean 1. Okay, that's correct anyways. Alright, so okay, so the one thing I want to do here is let's go to rooms. Let's copy, paste, rename, rooms, backup. That. Let's go ahead and go into okay, let's go into this. And added code to modify ID. Commit domain. Push origin. Okay, that's cool. We'll leave that. Okay, so we'll go back to this. It's a room folder. Hmm. I won't worry about that right this second. Oh, set label isn't going to do anything, right? In fact, let's just go ahead and we'll save it. Okay, so the room, room. I don't need to export this, so our original ID on string equals that. Okay. Now, when we something needs, when we load in a new room, load data. Equals ID. We're going to say self.original ID equals self.id. I probably don't need self in here, but I wanted to keep that Next thing I want to do is go back to editor map. And this is fine if I haven't changed anything. If I don't change anything, this is not going to affect anything, except for it's going to add the meta files. Okay. Print original ID for room, comma, this plus original ID equals plus room dot original ID. Print current ID equals here. Actually, let's do the other thing too. Let's not save it. I'm not gonna save any data here when you save it on purpose, just so I can check this out first. File name equal. Okay, current ID equals plus room ID plus original ID equals plus room original ID. Okay, so what I do here is reload. Doggone it. Keep on hating that. Scene. Reload save scene. Which is okay, I guess. Okay, say room data. Current IDs, original ID is that. Okay. So let's go to Cerulia 1. Here. Okay. And let's go ahead and save. Current ID is Cer1. Original ID is Cerulia 1. Awesome. Okay. Scene. Reload save scene. Reload save scene. Cerulia 1. And that's fine. And again, these are the same now. It changed to something different. Okay. So then we check to see if they're the same. If they're the same, here, let me write some some little scaffolding code here. If room.id equal to room.original ID, print. See, I'm putting the parentheses in the if statements now, so I'm gonna go ahead and leave it like that. I almost want to do a deal where I put block, not block comments, but I put the like here. I'll show you. Let's do. Now this is a tiny example, so this isn't going to improve things much. But what I'm going to do here is, what if I do this? And now I know what you're thinking. You're thinking you're trying to rewrite the whatever. Not exactly. And the only reason I'm doing this is for my own benefit. See? Now, these two lines or these three lines, that's not very far. It's not very big and it doesn't matter as much. The 4 might matter more, but at a glance now, I can see where the blocks begin and end. Whereas before, what you have to do is you kind of have to like scan it, right? For instance, let's just let's copy this, Control C, B. Okay, let's shift tab, and yes, it is a lot of extra work. Control C, but part of the 4. Okay. Control V. Watch. Not that. It is that. That's the for loop, right? In fact, I can even put something like N4. Now, I get it. I understand what you're probably thinking. You're probably going, why are you putting C-style comments? It's just because this is a C-style block, code block delimiter. So I might as well put the / because when I look at it, then I kind of know, well, that's referring to this, right? And so now I can more easily see, right? Just like I did the end function thing here. In fact, I could do the same thing with it. I could put a white. That's all right. Anyways, as long as I did the same thing up here. That. So now, yeah, it looks a little bit more like C++ or C++, C Sharp. But at the same time, I can easily look at it now and I can say, well, this is part of this function. In fact, this is where this function ends, right? And then I can go here and go, okay, so this is part of this for loop. In fact, there's an N4 in here. So I don't know that anybody would I don't know that anybody would care about that. I still would care about it though, because it makes it easier for me to read. And so really that's all that's important, is that it's easier for me to read. I'm just gonna leave this like this. I don't care if it's cluttering it up or not. Okay, so if room ID is equal to, well, it's already 130. Darn it. Okay, if room ID is equal to original room ID, print IDs are the same, so no need to delete anything. Else, print IDs are not the same, so you might want to delete the old file. That. Save. Okay. Scene, reload, save scene. Okay. Save data. IDs are the same, no need to delete anything. Now, if I do this, it's a rule, and I save it, and I do I go ahead and do a actual, do that, save room data. IDs are not the same, so you might want to delete the whole file. So far, I'm not still saving room, it's just because I got it in comment. Anyways, that looks like everything is going all right. Actually, I should do the not equals. And I should swap these out. And because this is where I'm actually going to, in fact, I might put this save code in the else here. And honestly, I might want to save first. If it's not equal, delete it. Well, yeah, actually, okay, so let's drop this and we'll put it after the save code. That's right, right? Okay, so save room, we'll just save it anyway. So if you change it, it's going to save it as a new deal. But then once they're different, or not the same, you want and then in this code, I'll just delete the whole file. Anyways, we'll see, we'll see. I got to take my break, and I'm 5 minutes late, so I'll be 5 minutes late coming back. But thanks for listening, watching so far, and I'll see you on the other side of the break. Well, it looks like I was gone for longer than 30 minutes. Um, I had to do something like check the mail, and I don't know. There's a couple of things I had to do. So that's the way things work. In any case, let's get back to what we were doing. Okay. Okay, so all right. Okay. So we are going to. Okay, so I have this thing to save the room here, data. And as long as I don't hit the save button, then it's not going to do it. Okay, so if it's not equal, old file. Okay, so let's go ahead and it's kind of funny because these block comments and stuff do kind of make a difference. Um, IDs are not the same. Deleting old file. Okay. Var old path equals rooms directory plus room dot original ID. Okay. Okay, so what's this? They have a file exist, file access, file exist. Um, okay. What does it do? Rooms, dot get children, room ID, delete old files. Old path, right? Old JSON, old meta. Their access. JSON path plus JSON var old meta path equals plus dot original ID plus dot JSON meta. Go. Okay. Files. And so saving the new data is not a problem because this is a save function, and so we're saving data no matter what. And then this old path, we're gonna check and see if they're there. If okay, file access that exists. Old.json old JSON app. Then we do um, dir access dot where is it? Open rooms dir dot remove. Remove meta is kind of interesting, but it's not. Signature removes. Okay. Okay. Oh. Wait a second. What's the oh. Okay, so then we here, let's do this. Like that. Let's do this. C B. Let's do this old meta path and old meta. Honestly, I could have just done it with a single variable, but I don't know. This just I guess this is just better for me just to do it in one thing. And that way this just removes the old. Okay. Now let's do the thing here. You know the thing. You know the thing. Okay. 2D. So I named the one Cerule, the ID Cerule, and it saves the label. So when I save room data, now let's see something here. Rooms, Okay, Cerulean 1, that's fine. Meta, interesting. Let's remove all the meta files. Delete. Okay, and let's make sure we don't have a extra JSON files. Okay. So Ser 1, there shouldn't be anything in here, even meta files, because I haven't hit save yet. Enter. Right? Let's save room data. Save. Deleting old files. So now, oh, yeah, Ser 1. And now we have Ser 1 and we have Cerulean, like that. Okay? And then let's just move these around. Save room data. These are not the same. Deleting old files. Okay, right, because I changed it back. Okay, that's not right. Ser 1, Cerulean. Oh. Wait, let's delete that. Okay, save room data right now. IDs are not the same. Deleting old files. Why is it not actually deleting old files? Okay, something not right. Oh, okay, so that's why, let's go into, okay, let's go back into script. Let's go into, let's go into save data for room. Um, okay. Oh, okay, so let me try something then. We want to, let's go back. Let's go ahead and call. Actually, oh, that's save button pressed. Okay. Reload. Um, Where is the reload function? Oh, load all rooms. Load all rooms. Okay. Let's do the one thing here. Cerulean. Okay. Sir 1. Sir 1. Okay. Go this. Let's reload. Wait. File. Oh, not stupid file. Doggone it. Scene. Reload. Save scene. Okay. All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and wait. Okay, I left everything. All right. Save room data. Uh-oh. Problem. Why is there a problem? Oops. Uh, yep. Close. Can I kill it? X. Kill. Save. Uh, okay. Interesting. All right. That's okay. It's just killed before it saved, but let's go ahead and check the let's go ahead and check the files. So run. I can't call load all rooms, I guess. And then the holy smoke. Holy smoke. They're all in here there, but let's go to script, editor map. Let's chunk this out. That does not work. Let's delete all the metas. Should be the same amount of meta files. Delete. Okay. Scene. Reload, save scene. Why the heck? Oh. Huh. That's why the heck. There's nothing wrong there. Okay. All right, let's do the thing again here. Let's go to 2D. Yeah, editor map. Room viewer. Actually, I'm not sure how come. Oh, they're all in here. They're all in here. Oh, of course they're here. Of course. Let's script. let's go to load all. Let's see Cerulean Caves. Let's make that 004 Caves, I think. Like that. Reload save scene. Okay, good. 2D. Okay. All right. CR1. Okay, first thing I want to do is I want to save. There should be the same name, so it shouldn't delete anything. IDs are the same, so no need to delete anything. Okay. So, and then of course it created the meta files. Okay, let's hit save room again. It should say the exact same thing. Right? It does. Now, let's see what happens if I change this to the rule. Okay. And then I hit save room data. Yeah. Room data saved for rule 1. Save room data. Deleting old files. So it should delete the CER files, and Cerule should be in there now, I think. So Cerule 1 is in there. So rule 1 is in there. And let's go back to changing that. Okay. Then, whoop. Cerulean 1. Well, I'll have to update the label, obviously, but I just want to make sure that this is okay. Cerulean 1, save, and then we save room data. Now, if we reload, what's going to happen is it's going to reload the old one. So this means it's essentially like it's been renamed, right? No. Why did it not? Oh, okay. Okay. Let's delete Cerule 1 by ourselves. Because I have to update the when I say okay, so when I save these, I have to update the origin file here. So let's go to the deletion code. Where's the delete code? That's the delete code here. In fact, I might put it in its own function just to compartmentalize it, but IDs are not the same. Deleting old files. Yeah, so once this is done, then you say room.id, no, room.original ID equals room.id. Okay. Save scene, 2D, Cerulean 1, which is fine. Cerulean 1, right? Cerulean 1, that's correct. Okay. So, when I change it, we're going to hit save. Right, Cerule 1 now. Cerule 1, okay. Let's reload save scene. Let's hit save. Wait. Okay. Let's go and let's call this Cerulean 1 again. Enter. Save room data. Okay, wait a second. Cerulean 1, I get it. Okay. So, I'm gonna do this. Save room data. That's not right. Cir1, Cerulean. It's working correctly, but it's not updating correctly. That is, it's not updating the script. Oh, what am I thinking? Current ID, Cerulean, original ID, Cerulean, okay. Current ID, Cer1, original ID, Cerulean 1. IDs are not the same, deleting old files. Right, okay, and then Cerulean, Cerulean, that, enter, 2D, save room data. Let's go all the way down. Let's go back up to Cerulean, no need to change it. Current ID, Cerulean 1, original ID, Cer1, they're not the same, deleting old files, and it just did it, and it did it correctly, and now if I change this, okay, so if I change this like this, but then I just reload save scene. Wait, I do this, Control S, and then reload save scene. What's going to happen? Nothing's going to happen because I reloaded the saved scene, and it's reloading what's on disk. So this is the only arbiter of a save room data. All right. I think we're good here. I think we're good for this deal. And honestly, this is all I had intended to do today. Okay. So now let's go back to so let's do the thing where I update the label when I'm updating the ID. Okay, so let's go to room, update name label, set label. Okay, so let's just add the set label back. And set label, all it does is basically what the other did. Self label equals new label. It's probably going to use the set label. In fact, let's do something here. Print setting new label. So that way it can tell me if it is setting the new label. It is setting new label. Okay. Script. Update name label. Name label dot name and dot text should this works, so that means this goes in here. So let's just see something here. Maybe I spelled it wrong. Print dot name label node. That way I can go into, well, I don't need to go in here, but setting new label, setting new label. Okay, so it means that the problem here I got panel VBox, panel VBox, panel VBox. Name label, description label. So it should be the same exact thing. So what is the problem? Panel equals new. Name is panel. Name is VBox. Name is name label. Description label and name label. So how come this is not working? Because when I update it, it should update it. Okay. Select all. Let's see if Grok can tell me. Okay, everything is working except the name label is not updating. Here's my current room code. Um, so when setting the ID, I have it set the new label. Label is now set to, the name label is now set to the label property using a setter method. Setter method. Set a new label. It seems to execute the setter function just fine, but isn't able to grab the node, even though I'm pretty sure I've spelled it correctly. Hopefully it'll tell me something that I kind of missed in there or something. Because this actually sets the label text to the ID's label. Hopefully Dad's okay in there. Um, let's see. And why? Nobody's chatting, so I guess it doesn't matter. All right. And I think my sound is fine. My sound is fine. Okay, good. Uh, no, it's not the one I want. This. I don't know. Want to know why this works. I want to know what I did wrong. Hey, Rook. Eh, I'm making a little bit of progress. I got it saving files. Like you can rename so the ID is actually the file name. So you can actually rename the ID and it will actually save it. It will actually delete the old one. So it's essentially like renaming it. Um, But now I'm trying to figure out how come the name label on the visuals isn't isn't updating like it should. And I just gave it just a dang stupid function, and it should tell me. I don't know why it's doing all this crap. Okay. Let's see what this says. We changed the ID in the inspector. Executes correctly. Sets a new label. Prints the expected output. But the update name label function, which is currently commented out. Is it commented out? Okay. Maybe that's the deal. See, that's all it needed to tell me. It didn't need to do a bunch of crap. And I don't. Whatever. If it's commented out, then I just have to uncomment it, I think. So let's go all the way back up to the top here. Yeah, exactly. It isn't very smart, is it? Um. mm, oh, no. It's not commented out. It's not commented out of the set label function. So it's still being dumb though. Uh, it's commented out of set ID because I call it in the actual set label function. See how your room GD update is commented out because you're relying on set label it since sets the label. Okay. Uh, since set ID sets the label, which triggers the set label setter, the logic for updating the name label should indeed occur in set label. However, the issue persists because update name label isn't finding the name label node as indicated by the lack of print. Yeah. Current behavior. Changing the ID triggers set ID. Set ID drives a new label. Creating it sets it with this that label goes new label. This triggers set label, which calls update name label. Has the node panel are true. Update name label attempts to set but fails likely because the node isn't available when the setter is called. Why is the node isn't found? The has node panel check and set label should prevent update name label from running if the panel hasn't been created, but the initial call and scene loading might still occur before set visuals runs. Set visuals is called when the room is added to the editor map. Yeah, might happen if the setters are triggered your comment. You mentioned coming out in set ID because it's called in set label. This is about design choice. Okay. Your current debug prints are helpful. Date, name, label, or room. Okay, so all right. So let me go back in there and add a few more stupid debug statements. See if I can't figure out how to do it because that's obviously what I'm doing is I'm doing this myself. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and delete this out because I don't need that. Update name label. Okay. Print. And I'll just do my own thing here. Update name label. Here, called. I don't need the parentheses. Uh, Okay. All right. Fine. Up. Whoop. Yoda. Updating label for. Okay, for a room. Common name. Okay, we'll do that. Let me say how you interact with the grok. I usually just tell the LLMs to do this, do that, and shut them down when they're in the middle of flapping their digital lips. Oh, sometimes I like to know kind of the reasoning, and sometimes it helps me figure out what I did wrong and stuff. But yeah, I'm beginning to start actually stopping it when it's starting to do this super long print and stuff. Okay, updating. Okay, name label, and then what else does it do here? All right, let's. What what the what happened? What made it go down? Darn it, why does it have to print the whole stupid piece of junk? Um, call deferred. I don't know what. Oh, I see. Um, here, let me print this out here too. Whoop. Okay, attempting to get noted path result name label. All right. I'm just gonna do this for this, and I am going to see what it outputs. Object null. Why is it null though? Why is it null when? Okay, I see why it's doing the call deferred, but it's it's printing out object. How do you do it? Object null. For the name label object. How come that's a null when description seems to work fine? Let's see if it's working fine. In our realm, CR. See, it changed it. Here, let's move over. In our realm, CR. See, it actually did change it. And it worked fine, and it didn't have a problem. The name label object indicating that is returning null while the update successfully finds the description label node at both labels are created in the same set of visual functions and identical node paths relative to the room node. Debug output. Attempting till null is found and the description updates correctly. Node creation. Both name label and description. Are you regularly committing this to Git repository? I believe regenerating code even to just correct a single bug in a function can affect other functions, introducing more bugs. Nah, I'm not. I haven't been updating like every little change that I make. So I usually try to get in effect, and then if it doesn't work, I keep working on it till I do get it to work. And if I don't get it to work by the time I'm done, then I'll probably still go ahead and commit it. So, or just work on it. I suppose I should do it more often, but the one time I tried to like restore a file using GitHub desktop, somehow it screwed up and it was like a completely different deal, and I couldn't get it working. So luckily I had a version that I had copied to a text editor early in the day, and so I was able to restore it from the text editor, which is kind of how I do my backups anyways. I do the old fashioned, save a different copy each time. Yeah, it's tedious, and yeah, I suppose if my drive went belly up, I would lose all that data or whatever. But I don't know. I still have to figure out how to use GitHub and maybe even just how to use Git in general, which I haven't actually used like regular Git before. So maybe in a future repository or something, maybe a future deal, I'll do that. Let's see here. Node creation, path consistency should be symmetric. Name label is null, but description label isn't. Timing. But both labels are created in setup visuals. There might be a subtle timing issue where update name label is called before name label node is fully added to the tree. Creates both nodes in the sequence. Resize panel, which unlikely unless the setters are triggered mid creation. Yeah. Yeah, right. Sure. Um Name, node name, or conflict overwrite. The path assumes the name label is a direct child of VBox, which is the child of panel. I could probably put these actually in as class variables so that it saves it and uses them. Since name label is called from set label, triggered by set ID changing label, and update description label is called from set description, the difference might relate to when the setters are invoked relative to setup visuals. If ID is set before description during initialization, the setup visual runs after ID, but before description, it could explain the discrepancy. The call deferred update name label and the 0.1 second delay with the await get tree should allow the code node to be found, but if the node is never created or is removed, this won't help. Add prints to confirm which nodes are created. Print. Log setter calls. Engines editor hit. Update name label. Deferring name label. Update for room. Set label. Test the flow. Load editor map. Scene with the room. Change the ID to 004 caves of drag amount. Check the output. The initial ID change occurs before set of visuals or ready runs, and the deferred call doesn't resolve because the node hierarchy isn't fully built, but the setter is triggered. In fact, the description label work suggests that update description label is called after setup visuals, possibly due to different initialization order or because description is changed later. Why description label works but name label doesn't. Update description label might be triggered after setup visuals. to use this new version. Changes. Add a retry count and max retries parameters. Set update enable to limit entries. Pass these parameters to call deferred to track entry retries. Rating ensures a set of visuals runs if the panel isn't created, reducing the time gap. Robust retries. The retry loop with the delay gives the editor time to build the node hierarchy, which should catch the name label once the setup visuals completes. Setup visuals should only be called when it's created, not when it's edited, though. Right, let's go to script, editor map. Yeah, it's in there. Force initial update. Well, that's a lot of stuff just for the one thing. All right, I guess. Okay, let's ensure. Okay, let's copy this update name label. We'll just. Actually, let's do something here. Room. Select all. Copy. I'm going to do the old-fashioned way here. Paste. Okay, that's just so that I can just go ahead and mess around with the thing here. Let's do that. Okay. Update name label. Okay, let's go ahead and copy that. Hate it when it does that. Update name label. There we go. E. Okay. And then let's go ahead and set ID, set label. Set label. Control V. Okay. Update name label. All right. And I guess you should go ahead and testing. Open with a room. Check for creating panel. No creation. Okay. Let's reload save scene. Setting ID for rooms. Setting new label for room panel exists false. Deferring name for New label derived from old. Deferring name label update for room. Creating caves, drag them out for JSON data. Creating door to sky from successfully created. Checking for metadata. Okay, that looks good. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and change this. C-E-R. Oh, it's working. It's working. It's working. It's good. Good, good, good. Grok actually got it working. Got it working. It must be the deferred calls. Of course, I can't claim credit to myself because I didn't figure it out myself, but that's okay, because all I'm just doing is I want a result. Retry logic. Okay. Retry logic await where the key is resolving to resolving the timing issue. This makes sense as the deferred approach allows the editor to finish building the node hierarchy via setup visuals before attempting to update the name label. Let's recap why this worked and ensure that you're set for next steps. Why deferred calls fixed it. Timing problem solved. The initial failure occurred because set ID and set label were triggered during editor initialization or property changes before setup visuals created panel view box and name label nodes. Called deferred. Queues the update name label function to run after the current frame, giving the editor time to process node creation. The additional retry route, the 0.1 second delay, await, get tree, provided a safety net, ensuring the update happens once the nodes are available, even if the first deferred call was too early. Once setup visuals runs, either via add edit to editor map or ready fallback, the name label node is created and the deferred call can successfully locate it. Consistency. Final confirmation. Should now reliably update the name label when you change the ID in the inspector. The key changes that make it work here are adding ready to force setup visuals if needed. Using call deferred setup name label and set ID and set label. Implementing the retry loop. Quick recap for the working section for reference. Additional notes. Optimization. Or workaround for editor timing. If you find it works reliably after the first deferred call, you could remove the await and rely solely on call deferred to simplify the code. Since this is an editor tool, the deferred approach is the standard way to handle such timing issues in Godot/Redot. The retry loop of delay is a robust fallback, especially given the vulnerability of the editor initialization. Future changes, if you add more UI elements or complex logic, ensure they follow the standard deferred pattern to avoid similar issues and accepts. So everything's working now, you're in good shape. The deferred calls were indeed the fix, addressing the timing mismatch between property changes and node creation if you're moving to the next phase of your choose your own adventure game, implementing runtime logic. Okay. Thank you. I don't know if I actually need to say thank you to it. I just figure in the future they're going to act like humans, and so it might be a good idea. Now I'm going to do something here and see if it futzes out on me somehow. Now that I've got this, let's go into the deal here. It's not saved yet, so it's Cerulean 1, right? So I'm going to go ahead and save it. ID's the same, so no need to delete anything. Yeah, that's because that was the Dragon Mount. That wasn't. IDs are not the same, deleting old files, like Cerulean 1. And so everything still works. Cerulean 1. And save room. And that works too. IDs are not the same, deleting old files. Okay, so that's a redo. Now, the big deal is, okay, so actually, I'll have to quit in just a minute here, but I might clean up something. I just want to see what happens when if I change it. It should change in here, but saving it should. I'm not sure if it'll save it or not. So we changed it, okay, but the ID has not been changed. So what if I save it? Okay. Reload save scene. Reload. Cerulean 1. The name is still CR1. Why? Because save actually saves it. However, if I do that, then and then I save it again, it restores back to normal. So, yeah, so there are two things which maybe I'll address later, but so basically, the ID assumes that there's a number in the front. So if you change it, uh, for instance, probably here I'm going to do this without saving anything. See the way I did that? It's taken off the first deal. So it'll always take off the first word. So you're assuming that you're assuming that there's going to be a number there, or that there's going to be something in front of the it's going to be a something and an underscore. So since I'm not making a tool here and I'm just doing it for myself, I just got to keep that in mind. I don't have to do anything. I can, however, go ahead in the script file and actually I can actually make a comment here. And that's that. Because I need to export it so that it shows up in the... Well, actually, I don't know if I need to... No, I have to... No, I don't, do I? That does... I don't have to export that, do I? Let's see something here. If it works, if I don't export it, if I don't export the label, let's see what happens if I don't export the label. And let's go ahead and reload save scene. Okay, so do we have some sort of error? We have 108 errors. What are the errors? It's probably got to be exported, probably. Wow. Let's clear it. Let's reload save scene and see if it funks up on me. And let's see if it did anything to the files. No, files are still here. Everything looks good. But there are still errors. What are the errors for? Cannot call method create timer on a null value. Well, let's clear it out and let's do a reload from right here. Since I restored it and since I loaded it once, let's reload it again. It's still there. Darn it. Room GD79 cannot call. Okay, well, I guess I'll get to the errors tomorrow, probably. Let's do a test here. Is this still gonna work? Oop. And yes, it's still gonna work. Save room data. Okay. Make sure everything is saved. Reload save scene. Reload. Reload save scene. Oh, now I got 36 of them. That's interesting. Let's do something here. Let's take all these rooms, delete them. Okay. Control S. Scene, reload, save scene. And there we go. And we'll reload, save scene again. And there's no errors. Okay. Yeah, when I remove, see, I guess I need the label export in there, so it can actually change it. You can actually change the label if you want, but if you edit the ID, it's gonna reset the label. Script. Okay. Well, anyways, maybe I'll work on the thing about the leading number, because it needs that number for creating the label. Otherwise, the label doesn't exist, because it always starts with the second token. And I mean, I could always make the name label. I could always put the number in there and just remove the underscores, so it's not like a file name, but then you can still know what number it is. I might do that. I won't worry about it right now. I gotta be done. I gotta be done for today. So, anywho, so I pretty much got done today what I needed to get done, and that's cool. So, all right. I gotta do my little recording thing. I keep forgetting, but okay. So, start recording. Um, so I'm gonna go ahead and do my recording thing while I'm still streaming. So, okay, here we go. All right, today, Wednesday, April 16th, 2025. What did I get done today? Well, for starters, uh, you can now edit the ID. Here, let's go into the 2D viewport. Okay, so this is the ID. If you change it, it updates the label. Now the label will still save, so if you change the label, it's gonna stay the same as it always was. If you edit it though, it's gonna match the ID. So that's one thing to keep in mind. The other thing to keep in mind is that it needs something in front of it needs something in an underscore in front of the name in order to get this correct. Otherwise, it chops off the first word, which I'm going to fix later, I think. Okay, so this now says CER1. Now, if you look in the files here, we have Cerulean1 right here, meta, and then up here we got Cerulean1 JSON. And I'm keeping them separate on purpose so I can delete the meta files in one swoop when I need to do that. So you save room data, okay? And if you look over here, it says current ID 003 underscore CER underscore 1, original ID 003 underscore Cerulean underscore 1. So that means it's changed. It says IDs are not the same, deleting old files. So if you go in here, now this says CR1, and this also says CR1. And if you notice, it's placed in front of Cerulia because now it's shorter, so indicating that it's not the same name, and so it's actually placed in front, like it's alphabetic or whatever. Okay, so that does that. So it will save your you save your new data, and Cerulia. Now if we save it again, save room data, you can go back in here, and now they're changed again. Now Cerulia is on top, and Cerulia 1 is on the bottom, because that's the way it goes alphabetically. And so that's pretty much what I did. It updates that, so now you can actually change the name of your room. You can change the label if you want to. This is just mostly for display purposes, so you don't strictly need to keep it the same if you don't want it the same for some reason. And that's about what I did for today. Okay. And that does it for my live stream today. And thanks to Rook for being probably the only guy that's in here watching it. Although it's possible there are other people like lurking in the background, maybe. And thanks for checking me out. And I will see you tomorrow, where we'll actually see. Let's see, tomorrow. What was the next thing I was going to work on? Then the next thing I was going to work on is being able to add and remove rooms, like add and delete rooms, which isn't going to be hard either, because all it's going to be is just going to create a new node, and then you can hit save room data, and it will save this new node, and you'll be able to, yeah, you'll be able to add and remove rooms, and then once I can do that, then I think I'll be working on door. I'm not gonna say door creation per se. Well, there's gonna be door creation, and I think what I'm gonna do, assuming that I can do this in the editor, is I'm going to put up a bunch of. I think I'm gonna use like triangles. I can use like circles or something. I don't know if I can display them on the bottom of the label here, of the description here. Will represent the different choices, or the different up to the different amount of rooms. Be going for a max of 9 even in phase 2, but so that means there'll be 9 little dots or little triangles or something here, and they'll be lit up if they're actually leading to a door, and then I'll actually have these drawing a line from the deal to the top of the other, like I'll probably have like 9 dots up here and 9 dots down here, and then I'll see if I can make the editor like click and drag, you'll be able to you'll be able to click it, select it, drag it. I'm hoping. I'm not sure because of the way the selection thing is working, and might not be able to do that. Might not be able to do it that way, so might have to just have the doors exposed in the inspector, and have to literally physically, uh, maybe I can do a thing where I click on one, and then I have an add door button, and then it will add it, and then I click on another, and make a destination or some deal where we can add, so I can add connections to it. And then once I'm able to add the connections to it and able to do the doors and everything, then I will start on actually breaking out the choices, so that each page has choices that I add to it, and I'll actually be working on the game at that point. Hopefully, we'll say 2 weeks from now. So it's like this week I hope to finish this stuff up, and I'm gonna give it another week because the editor part is probably gonna take a little while, and so I'm actually gonna start on the week after next. I think actually starting back on the game, So, anyways, that's all I got for today, and I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for watching.